Good morning, everyone. Everybody ready? All right, well, we're down to our last two sets of contestants before we get into the finals this afternoon. So before we get started, though, we have a very brief official welcome on behalf of the university from the Vice President for Admissions, Jay Goff.
Ready? Yeah? Okay. You'll bend your knees and take a deep breath, right? All right. So one of the things we want to do is just we have Fred Sello, our president, faculty, administration, staff, and students, is welcome you to our campus. We hope this has been a great opportunity for you to explore what's happening at truly one of the top Catholic research universities in the nation. Hopefully you'll have a chance to go on one of the tours and see what's happening. But one of the reasons that we are interested in sponsoring programs like this is as we reach throughout the world. St. Louis University was the first U.S. university to have a campus in Europe. So we have a second campus in Madrid since 1967. It's the first American accredited university in Europe. We have 47 different international partners. And quite frankly, what we are doing is we are reaching out to find students who have a vision to make the world be the way it ought to be. And so if you're wondering what a St. Louis University Billiken is, a Billiken was a gift that we gave to friends around the turn of the century when the World's Fair was here, when the Olympic Games were here in St. Louis. We used Billikens as the basis set the way things ought to be. It said the way things ought to be. And so what we're trying to do is simply push and give opportunities for young people throughout the region, throughout the country, and throughout the world to tell us what your vision is to make the world the way it ought to be. And we know that's exactly what this contest is about, is developing opportunities to develop the skills, the communication skills, to allow you to use your God-given gifts in ways that can help us see what your vision is for the future. And what I've heard from the judges and I've heard from all the participants is that your vision is an awesome one. So we hope you'll take some time to look a little bit more closely at, and if you like kind of the like-minded community that we're building here at St. Louis University and you want to make the world the way it ought to be, maybe you ought to think about being a Billiken, right? So again, welcome to St. Louis University. We hope you enjoy the campus. We hope you enjoy the city. And today we hope you truly give it your best because we want to hear what you have to say and we want to see your vision for the future. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Vice President Goff. He was a contestant a few years ago, right? Yeah, okay, and judged for us last year. He's a little too busy with new student orientation right now, but we appreciate taking time to be over here. Thank you. I think we are now ready to begin the first round. I know I just saw the judges. They're all set to go in the other room. So with that, break a leg, everybody.
Test, test. Test, test. What the world gains from optimism. Global warming is ruining our Earth and the middle class of America is diminishing. And while this may be true, should we not look at the positive things in life? I mean, why haven't we seen on the news that prices for cancer drugs in India have been cut by 86%? Or that New York will build 90 homeless shelters in the next 5 years? Well, Ray Williams tells us that from our earliest beginnings, being aware of and avoiding danger has been a critical survival skill. The concept of negativity bias is not new. The prospect theory advances the idea that people are more likely to choose things based on their need to avoid negative experiences rather than their desire to gain positive experiences. But if we tried, we can train our brains to think more positively and in return have a new outlook on life that leaves not only you, but everyone around you with a big smile on their faces. So think about this. I'm going to assume that everybody in this room has experienced a bad day, right? I mean, maybe a loved one has passed away, you've just been dismissed from your job, or maybe you're just dealing with everyday life stressors. A lot of people who encounter these obstacles feel like life will never get better. So imagine if my generation could spark a movement in which we faced every aspect of life with only the most optimistic views. We would be able to accomplish extraordinary feats because there would literally be nothing holding us back. And so what are these feats? And so that I may better answer your question, we should turn our heads towards Colonel Sanders. And yes, I'm talking about the founder of your favorite fried chicken restaurant. You see, Colonel Sanders wasn't born into wealth, and he sure didn't have a smooth ride. At the age of 5, his father passed. At 16, he quit school. Only a year after dropping out of school, Sanders had already lost 4 of his jobs, but still he remained optimistic. When he was 18, he married. At 19, had a child, and then at 20, his world destroyed when his ex-wife would leave and take his daughter with her. But still, he remained optimistic. He later joined the army and was kicked out, applied for law school and was rejected. But still, he remained optimistic. Sanders worked at a cafe until he was 65, in which he retired. On the first day of his retirement, the government had sent him a check for $105. He looked back over his life and saw that everybody, even his own government, had seen him as a failure. So he decided he wanted to commit suicide. So as poor Mr. Sanders sat under a tree and wrote down what he would have done with his life if he had a do-over, that fire of optimism that burned so fiercely inside of him before was sparked once more. So he borrowed $87 and with it whipped up what we all know as Kentucky Fried Chicken. And you see, this isn't a far-fetched fairy tale that happens once in a blue moon. My cousin's fiance was once a homeless man begging for money on the streets of DC. He went on to open 2 of his very own restaurants and is one of the district's best-known chefs who has also been on a season of Hell's Kitchen. My grandfather was raised in the south side of Chicago by a drunken father and a mother that neglected and verbally abused him. He went on to retire as a sergeant major in the United States military and as a firefighter and paramedic for his hometown. Optimism drove him to strive for greatness, and I could not be more proud of him. When I was a boy, my life wasn't going so well, and my thoughts were sometimes like this. Well, if no one else cares about you, why should you care about yourself? My grades dropped, I got into many fights, and I was deeply depressed. But then one day I decided that I should not let something that somebody else has done affect my life and what I decide to make out of it. An action like that would be pressing a self-destruct button. So I laced up my shoes and I turned my whole life around. So back to my question, what does the world gain from optimism? What do we gain from optimism? And I could relate back to my speech and say we gain honorable men who serve their country, resilient children who change for the greater good, homeless men who become successful entrepreneurs, or even better, heck, I could say we gain Kentucky Fried Chicken. And all these things are true in some cases. But what we gain is a lot bigger than these anecdotes, and it is a lot bigger than a few words like hope, courage, or resilience could ever do justice. So again, I ask, what exactly does this world gain from optimism? And to that, I have one simple, but yet so complicated answer. Whatever the optimist decides to make out of it. Thank you.
Test. Okay. What the world gains from optimism. Optimism, to me, is the attitude that keeps us centered about our present situation. It's the ability to still see everything that is lovely or delightful in this world when pain and loss stands beside us. You see, optimism is not a skill given at birth or a talent that is gained. Optimism is a mental attitude. It's the attitude that sees the glass half full instead of half empty. It's the attitude that causes us to make lemonade out of the many lemons life may hand us. This is the attitude that can change the world. My 7th grade year, I was diagnosed with clinical depression, which is a mental illness resulting in a world full of misery and sadness. During this time, nothing seemed to be going right in life. I beat myself up over people who were better looking than me, who were funnier than me, who were smarter than me. I allowed my mind to destroy itself with thoughts of she's better, or he's stronger, or why can't I be like them? Days passed where I skipped school because it seemed as though the whole world was screaming, you can't do it. Eventually, I didn't go to school at all, and I was homeschooled. I allowed my depression to turn me into a pessimist. Fortunately, I was able to work with a counselor to try and help me out of this dark place. Her kindness and tenacity, paired with her words and advice, helped me become more optimistic. She once told me about Theodore Roosevelt's quote, "Believe you can, and you're halfway there." This inspired me to stay strong and to never give up. She showed me that I was the only one with the power to get out of this. She shined the power of her optimism through me to the world. Right now, standing in this room, I have to stay optimistic. I never really have been one who is good at speaking in front of people. Most of the time, my cheeks get hot and my voice falters when I'm just reading in front of a couple family members or classmates. So excuse me if I stumble over some of my words or I have to start my sentence over. But I'm not here to let my anxiety take over. I'm here to prove that with optimism, anything is achievable. I'm here to prove that I will not let anything stop me from achieving my dreams. I've learned I cannot let the world have the power to control what happens in my life, but I am the one with the power to control what happens to the world I live in. There are so many amazing things I could do with my life. I could go on to become a paramedic, or the one who invents the cure to cancer, or maybe the president of the United States. But what's the point of waiting to spread optimism? I could start right now with doing things like pushing my teammates on sports teams to keep their heads held high, even when they make a mistake. I could show my brother, who doesn't do too well in school, the various great outcomes of a student with a high school diploma and encourage him to keep up with his work. No matter what I do in life, if I stay optimistic and encourage others around me to do the same, I will be successful. I will achieve great things. I will change the world. My optimism has the power to change the world. Now, I don't know any of the hardships you all in this room have faced in your life. I don't know your stories of how you've fallen and built yourself back up. But what I do know is whether it's buried deep inside you or shining bright all the time, you are beautiful. You are strong. Whatever is weighing heavy on your mind right now, you have the power to overcome it. Beneath the pain, there is something lovely in you. Every dark cloud has its silver lining, but it takes an optimist to find it. I hope to have shown you today that with optimism, you can do anything you put your mind to. Like pop singer Taylor Swift said, "This is a big world. That was a small town." Your sorrow is only the small town in a world of opportunities. So dream big. Smile big. Achieve big. And the world will gain from your optimism. Thank you.
What the world gains from optimism. If you want to know what a man's like, take a good look at how he treats his inferiors, not his equals. J.K. Rowling said this best in one of her world-famous Harry Potter books. She understood the importance of positivity and service. While any person with a good head on their shoulders understands that the way to the top is through impressing their superiors, the way to achieve long-term success is by helping the people around you who are in need. I know what you're thinking when I said service, and rest assured, you don't always have to do it with a tray. But this is what I choose to do. My job is to be a server with a catering company, and as such, I have to always be on my toes in order to ensure that my guests have a good time. This gets harder as the night goes on. The crowds get bigger, people get crazier, and quite honestly, my arms and legs get tired. But I have to keep pushing and keeping a smile on my face while I work. My coworkers and I have a tacit rule that if you don't feel good, it's likely your coworker doesn't feel good either. And as such, you have to push even harder to go the extra mile. By the end of the night, we are no longer separate people with the same job, but we are a unified force pushing to get the job done. Our job might be to serve people, but we also serve by keeping a smile on our face and putting our best foot forward for our guests. Be our guest. This phrase has become famous through Beauty and the Beast. I remember as a child, I would stare at my television screen in love with the beautiful Belle. But what made this Disney princess so appealing? Was it her knowledge, bravery, or even overwhelming sense of adventure in any circumstance? I would argue that it's the service that she shows her father and then the Beast himself. This service through optimism was enough to save the lives of the people around her. Although this might just be another romanticized Disney movie, I argue that we find this in the world around us today. People share their time, efforts, and service in order to help the people around them have a better life. It's the little things that add up in the long run. One of the little things that my family and I do is every Christmas morning, we wake up early and go downtown to our local rescue mission. We sit with men who have come across a hard time in their lives, and we open up our ears, but more importantly, our hearts to their stories. It's truly a moving experience. While we get to go home to our breakfast of cinnamon rolls and hot chocolate, these men must stay behind and treat the day as if it were any other. It's easy to forget about the people around you who have a rough life when your own life is so sheltered. My mom encourages my sisters and I to get out of our bubble and help people in any way that we can. Optimists, you understand that we must do this. We must help people all throughout the year. Our Christmas morning breakfast is something that my family and I hold dear to our hearts. But it's not an accurate description of what we could accomplish if we were to use our God-given gifts to their full potential. As an optimist, you must understand that it's not the quantity of what you can achieve, but doing whatever you can as often as you can do it. I believe it's time for us all to follow the example that Optimist International has put in place in front of us. Because only through optimism and positivity can we find love and peace in this troubled world. As the famous song goes, what the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. Thank you.
What the world gains from optimism. Poland, 1942. The Warsaw Ghetto. A young boy steps past a huddled figure as she takes her last shallow breath. He sneaks to the edge of the ghetto, a shoddily built brick wall that separates his world of the dead from the world of the living. Every night he makes this dangerous exodus, leaving the ghetto in search of food to save his starving family and friends. The young boy is a member of Habonim Dror, an underground youth movement motivated by optimism to save the lives around them. Nearby, in an underground basement, a young man by the name of Mordechai Anilewitz calls a meeting of this same youth movement. He and other young women and men, not a single one older than 25 years old, plan a revolt against the Nazis. On the morning of April 19th, 1943, the young women and men rise up in revolt. They lead almost 750 Jews against almost 3,000 Nazis. They fight for 27 days, longer than some countries avoided Nazi occupation. Can you imagine yourself in their place? Starved, living in rooms meant for half the number of inhabitants. Can you imagine mustering that optimism to fight for your life against the bleakest of odds? I know this story because I'm lucky enough to be involved in an amazing organization called Habonim Dror today. Habonim Dror. In Hebrew, it literally means the builders of freedom, and they teach activism, involvement, and idealism to their members. But the single most important ideal that they have always taught me throughout my time is optimism. Optimism. It's so intrinsic to freedom, so fundamental to democracy, that it has its foundations in the establishment of our great republic. The saga of the United States of America is rooted in the optimism of movements that changed our past and determine our future. What is optimism, if not a dogged, lifelong pursuit of positive change? Was it not optimism when the colonists declared war against the most powerful colonial nation in the world? Was it not optimism when the patriots established a democracy in a world full of monarchy? Was it not optimism when Patrick Henry shouted, "Give me liberty or give me death"? These words, these actions are founded in optimism. We, the people of the United States of America, are founded in optimism. Our optimism is what creates this better American future. And for me, this foundational American optimism is what spurred me to fight for our 200-year-old democracy. I'm lucky enough to be part of an amazing organization called Inspire US that dedicates themselves to registering newly eligible high school students, like me, to vote. This amazing organization refuses to accept that while young people make up 30% of the eligible American electorate, only half of us show up to the polls. But this can be changed with optimism and a lot of hard work. The first obstacle, voter registration. 85% of young people who are registered to vote, vote. The youth vote is our most tangible expression of a shared, optimistic future. That is why we, the optimists, are fighting for it. What is optimism, if not dogged, lifelong pursuit of positive change? Optimism is the people's hope for a better future. What does the world gain from optimism? Ask the optimists who change it.
What the world gains from optimism. Our world can gain many things from optimism. However, we look at the world today and it seems like everything is going wrong. There's war, poverty, hate, and hunger almost everywhere we turn. These difficulties can all be changed by each one of us. Small individual acts of kindness can grow into something so much bigger than ourselves. Optimism unites us as a community, country, nation, and world. As young adult author Lauren Wolk says, quote, "If my life was to be just a single note in an endless symphony, how could I not sound it out for as long and as loudly as I could?" End quote. Optimism gets each of us through difficult times, makes others around us happy, and helps people see past each other's differences. Optimism gives us the energy and hope to keep going when we are in a difficult situation. Christian author Matthew Kelly says, quote, "Whether you are 16 or 60, the rest of your life is ahead of you. You cannot change one moment of your past, but you can change your whole future. Now is your time," end quote. Whatever we are experiencing now, optimism and faith can get us through it. We wouldn't be able to wake up in the morning and face each day without having even a hint of optimism. Optimism is hope for a better tomorrow, for ourselves, our families, and even those we haven't met before. Optimism brightens the lives of the people around us too. Being kind and optimistic toward a person can make his or her day. We never know what someone is experiencing in his or her personal life. A wave, a smile, or even saying good morning can give a person some light in their dark time, even if only for a little while. I have always thought, if I can make someone else happy today, then it will make my day that much better. Mother Teresa says that we are all called to, quote, "light the light of those in darkness," end quote. Our happiness creates clarity in our lives and in the lives of others. Our optimism towards one another can help all of us to see past our differences. In society today, we are all given labels. These labels are based on our race, culture, intelligence, athleticism, weight. The list goes on and on. Sometimes we let these labels define who we are, and we get boxed into categories with people who have been labeled the same as us. These labels, they are the seeds of hate, depression, and despair. In order to be truly an optimistic world, these labels need to be demolished. We are all people, no matter if we are Black, white, smart, ignorant, overweight, or healthy. I am one of 6 children, and 2 of my siblings are adopted from Africa. They are Black, and the rest of my family is white. We love them just as much as we love the rest of our family. People are often surprised that they are my brother and sister, and I assure them that they are. I could care less about their skin color or where they were born. They are family, and I can't imagine my life without them. My family gets rid of the stereotype that Black people and white people shouldn't really mix. We cannot let our society define who we are anymore. Our optimism towards one another can make these labels that someone else gives us disappear. We are all beautiful exactly the way we are. No one should be able to tell us otherwise. We need to start looking at others and seeing them as family, not outsiders. Only when this happens can the war, racism, sexism, and violence stop. Then we can see each other through loving and optimistic eyes. In conclusion, the power of just a little optimism can change our world by getting rid of society's labels, encouraging others to be optimistic, and getting each of us through challenging times. I moved to a new state when I was only 11 years old, and it was difficult for me. I was leaving all my family in the only home I had ever known to come to a place where I knew no one. Through this journey, I decided that I was going to be optimistic about it. I trusted that it would all work out, and it did. Optimism continues to give us all hope, trust, and contentment. It can truly change our lives and our world. Thank you.
concludes our Mid-Atlantic region. We're going to start the next region at 9:45, so you guys have a little bit of a break. At about 9:40, if you guys, all the contestants just kind of get up here and get ready, okay?
Yeah, I want to get this in there too. I enjoyed your session, man. It made me hungry. Yeah. Hey, I'm ready to go jump in.
They would like one.
I'm gonna take one more. Yeah, sure. Okay, I think it's stand up a little bit. You have to put your arm around it. That's fine.
Good morning. Before I begin, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the judges and sponsors for hosting this event. And to all my fellow competitors, I wish you the best of luck. What the world gains from optimism. Never saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by. When you're in love, my, how they fly. You know, Irving Berlin had it right when he wrote this gem of a song. The world truly is a wonderful place, filled with amazing experiences like the smell of flowers in springtime, or the star-filled sky on a clear night, an old acquaintance paying for your coffee at Tim Hortons, or even someone whom you haven't met yet smiling at you as you pass by on a crowded city street. There's so much goodness in this world that it's hard not to have a positive attitude. Now, that positive attitude and a benevolent outlook, that's optimism. But what does it do for us as individuals? What does it do for our community? What does optimism do for the world as a whole? Well, as individuals, we can look to psychology for the answer. Optimists are healthier. A Harvard University study found that positive people have a lower risk of heart disease, lower cholesterol, and lower triglycerides. Researchers from the University of Pittsburgh went even further to say that optimists are at a lower risk of dying due to any cause. Positive people rate their job satisfaction higher too, and with good reason, because optimists get more job offers, more promotions, and are paid higher than their pessimistic counterparts. I think the real question we should be asking is, why wouldn't you want to be an optimist? On a bigger scale, when your whole community starts to feel the optimistic vibe, it begins to come together and experience the unity in community. As communities work together individually, they become more friendly, more productive, and even more cultured. That sense of cooperation spreads and begins to make the whole world a better place. But I pose to you a question. If optimism can do that for just one community, what can it do for the world as a whole? Multiplied by the approximately 400,000 communities across the globe, optimism could bring about humanity's latest golden age, starting with curing cancer or ending world hunger. Increased international cooperation could usher in a new era of world peace, or it could send someone into space for more than a casual spacewalk. The world would be a much better place in this optimistic utopia. Take Nelson Mandela, for example. In his autobiography, The Long Walk to Freedom, Mandela describes the long and arduous journey he took to rid South Africa of apartheid, a system of extreme racial segregation. After engaging in protests as the leader of South Africa's African National Congress, Mandela was arrested and sent to jail. But it was his optimism that motivated him to pursue a law degree while in prison, so he could fight apartheid on a legal basis after his release. The catch? Mandela wasn't supposed to be released. He was serving a life sentence. Nevertheless, his optimism won out. 26 years later, Mandela was released from prison. His expertise brought about the end of apartheid, and he became the first democratically elected Black president of South Africa. Optimism's fundamental components of trust, positivity, and believing in a good future made the end of apartheid possible. But again, I ask, what does the world gain from optimism? It becomes a friendlier place. It's a more productive place. It's a place with nothing but blue skies, smiling on all of us. Thank you.
What the world gains from optimism. Ladies and gentlemen, and most honorable judges, the world gains a healthier attitude and a zest for life with just a small dose of optimism. To some, optimists are unrealistic, since they tend to think that everything is great when it may not be. In fact, many people believe that optimists can actually make the world a worse place because they do not accept the reality of a bad situation. Now let's look on the other side of the spectrum, the pessimists. Pessimists are just as unrealistic as optimists, since they tend to perceive good things as bad and bad things as even worse. Which of these two views in life is better? Which one does the world gain the most from? Yes, the world gains a healthier attitude and a zest for life with just a small dose of optimism. Did you know that 12 billion light bulbs are used every day around the world? Thomas Edison invented the light bulb in 1879 after failing more than 1,000 times. He was able to persevere in his quest to find the perfect filament for a light bulb only due to his optimism. Most people would have given up before their 100th attempt at anything. But Edison's optimistic attitude eventually led to the development of the light bulb, which was a major force behind the Industrial Revolution. It allowed people to rely less on sunlight and use light from a bulb to continue to be productive around the clock. If Edison had not been optimistic throughout his struggles, he would have given up and the world would be very different. Today, we cannot even imagine life without the light bulb. So, the world benefited from his optimism, and together, we see the light in a positive way. Mahatma Gandhi sought independence for India, which was ruled by Great Britain. Using his optimistic attitude, Gandhi persevered for more than 30 years before his beloved country gained independence. He believed he could lead his country to independence without any violence. His detractors laughed at this notion, arguing that Britain, a global superpower, would never accede to Gandhi's demands for freedom. But Gandhi told everyone, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." In 1947, his efforts led to the freedom of a nation that had 350 million people. Gandhi's optimism not only liberated a nation, it also set an example of nonviolence that was followed by Nelson Mandela and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So, the world benefited from his optimism, and together, we became that change. Optimism has the ability of positively impacting our lives and the world. A few years ago, a man named Johnny Jones lost both his legs when he stepped on a bomb. He was a US Marine serving in Afghanistan and had disarmed and destroyed more than 80 deadly bombs. After this horrendous incident, Jones spent months recovering and now has 2 mechanical legs. Determined to help others in a similar situation, Jones has started many programs to help raise awareness and provide aid for others. When asked how he stays so optimistic, Jones says, "People ask how I stay so positive after losing my legs. I simply ask how they can stay so negative with theirs." This shows that the power of optimism is immense and can transform the world. You can go through the lowest of lows and still get back up on your feet if you're optimistic. In life, it does not matter how many times you fall. What matters is how quickly you get back up. So, the world benefited from the magical powers of optimism. Ladies and gentlemen, can an optimistic attitude change the world? The answer is yes. Edison showed us that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Gandhi told us our optimism could be the change in the world. And Jones embraced optimism with the power of positivity. So, what does the world gain from optimism? A healthier attitude and a zest for life in making this world a better place for all of us. Thank you.
What the world gains from optimism. The topic of what the world gains from optimism is one that we should reflect upon every single day of our lives. When was the last time something valuable came from a negative outlook? Our actions and attitudes are the driving force in our world, our provinces, our states, our cities, our communities. And the greatest achievements of humankind have come from the hearts of optimists who carefully and conscientiously continue to inspire others. As Mother Teresa once said, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples." Optimism is the mass of ripples across our world. These ripples lead to hope. Hope leads to inspiration. Inspiration leads to determination. Determination leads to unity. If our precious ripples of positivity were not apparent in our lives, our world would be far worse. In the summer of 2015, social media was flooded with short videos of citizens dumping freezing cold buckets of water on their heads. The Ice Bucket Challenge took off, and this boulder of a movement helped to raise $115 million in just 6 weeks for the charitable ALS Association, courtesy of Quartz Media. The ALS Association is dedicated to the funding of research for Lou Gehrig's disease, and in turn, heartily helping happiness grow. The organization used the new awareness and donations of the kind-hearted to plunge into quality work. Recently, the project found that the gene NEK1 is the likely pinpoint for the start of the disease. The positivity of this challenge will end up saving lives. Thousands of people cast their stone, whether they knew how it would impact the world or not. Creating a video is such a simple task, yet look at the ripple that came from it. It is huge. I believe it is truly amazing that our country came together to raise awareness for a disease that before this year, the world hardly had an inkling about. I believe that in our generation, we have the ability to have a fresh, positive outlook through social media and everyday life. I believe that everybody's voice is a stone. We do not need to wait a couple of months or years to start making a difference. As the Optimist Creed states, you should talk health, happiness, and prosperity to every person you meet. A simple gesture or conversation can help you cast your stone to get that ripple moving. Furthermore, you can achieve your own happiness by being kind to others. Your voice is a key influencer. Your attitude about life can be an influencer. You are an influencer. Optimism is not just about plastering a smile on your face for every second of every day, but using that smile to bring life to others. Coming together with everyone in our world to form new ideas and establish respect is the ultimate goal in which we must set for ourselves. Who's to say we can't change our ripples into waves? At the end of the day, we are all intertwined into this crazy thing called life. I intend to make the most of it. Why? Because positivity can change the world. The sooner that we realize that our attitudes and stones affect other people and not just ourselves, the sooner we can all unite. The movements we create as the human race are tremendously important. Copious amounts of people believe that pessimists will always be cast over optimism. However, they are wrong. Love blows hate out of the water. Love and happiness and kindness will prevail throughout humankind. One day, we will get there. Our world gains so much from optimism. Integrity, persistence, and perseverance all come together to form optimism. And the more steps that we take towards pure positivity, the more that we will gain. Optimism is a word we are familiar with and associate with feelings of positivity, happiness, and confidence. But what is the true definition of optimism? According to OxfordDictionaries.com, it is the hopefulness and confidence about the future or the success of something. Now, in a world where war seems to have no end, oppressive governments and leaders are in power, and the effects of climate change continue to increase, it is easy to say that optimism has been forgotten and stowed away. It becomes difficult to have this hopefulness and confidence towards the future when we continue to be let down again and again to the point where we feel powerless. What we fail to see is the large impact optimism has on ourselves and on the world. When we find ourselves facing any hardships, optimism is what gives us hope. Optimism gives the world hope. It does so by giving us a goal to strive towards. I remember the overwhelming feelings of infatuation when I had my first crush. The flow of his hair and the sparkle in his eyes sent chills down my spine and filled my stomach with butterflies. My day turned into a daydream consisting of my crush and I floating on clouds. And then this haunting thought of, what if he doesn't like me, crept into my mind. Now, pessimists would simply give up at this point because they would feel as though this is an unrealistic dream that will forever stay a dream. However, an optimist will hold close to the possibility that maybe someday they will be with this person. Now, with this positive outlook towards the future, they create a goal they want to achieve, despite so many things that can go wrong. In order to see the outcome of a goal, you must have the motivation that drives you toward it. Optimism gives the world hope. It not only provides us with a goal, but with the perseverance to reach it. Winston Churchill once said, "A pessimist sees the difficulty in every opportunity, and an optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty." This means that even during the most difficult of times when obstacles are blocking your way, pessimists will simply look up at these challenges and crumble. However, an optimist will stand up tall, look it straight in the eyes, acknowledge it, and find a way to overcome it. My mother demonstrated this exact optimism. When faced with a seemingly insurmountable obstacle, she found a way through it. I was 9 years old when she was diagnosed with breast cancer. She was put in one of the most difficult situations a person can find themselves in, where they don't know what state their health can be in a day, a month, a year from now. She said the one thing that kept her going through the countless doctor's appointments and treatments was the vision of being a complete family. Now, as terrible as cancer is, my mother found it as an opportunity to show her strength and courage in the most difficult of times. She provided me with a role model to look up to for the rest of my life. My mother's cancer is in full remission, and my family is now stronger because of the perseverance and optimism she had demonstrated throughout her battle with cancer. With the goal in mind and the perseverance to reach it, we start to notice favorable outcomes. Optimism gives the world hope. It allows our aspirations, dreams, and goals to become a reality. If we simply give up in the face of adversity, we're not changing the very thing that's bothering us. Optimism acts as a catalyst for change. In turn, this affects our future in a more positive light. Optimism gives the world hope. Hope that each day will be better than the day before. Optimism has provided us with the cultural and racial diversity we see in our communities. It allowed women to have the same rights as men, and we now have the freedom of loving who we choose to love. If you've been shying away from optimism, I encourage you to invite it, because there is no situation in which you will find yourself in where there's not enough room for optimism. These dreams we've achieved or plan on achieving arose from a spark, an idea, a will. Let our optimism and hope give us the power to dream, but also the power to achieve. If we let optimism into our hearts, anything is possible. Thank you.
What the world gains from optimism. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a secret I must share with you today. Are you ready? Here it is. Life is not always easy. I know, shocking, right? But adversity strikes us all at one point or another. But it's not necessarily about that specific circumstance. It's about how you think about and how you react to that circumstance. Pessimists dwell on things like failure and hardship, and they allow these things to drag them down, while optimists see greatness and success, even in the toughest of all times. My grandmother had a pretty tough childhood. Growing up, she was raised by her aunt, who was a very mean and vicious lady. She abused my grandmother, both mentally and physically. So after years of growing up through cruelty, my grandmother finally moved off to college, where she met my grandfather. And eventually they got married. And when they had kids, she could have easily been mean and cruel to them, just as she was raised. But instead, she showed nothing but love and care for them. And as time went on, eventually her grandkids came along. And once again, my grandmother showed nothing but heartwarming love for them too, myself included. Now, she may not have been dealt the best hand of cards in life, but through her optimism, she made sure that those around her were. Now, she actually passed away recently, this past March. And it's been pretty tough on the whole family. But one thing I can say is that although she wasn't a major influence throughout the whole world, she sure was a major influence throughout my world, along with the lives of my family members. Now, no one here has heard of my grandmother before, right? Anyone? Okay, just checking. But I want to talk to you about someone who you probably have heard of before. Michael Jordan? Anyone heard of that guy? Of course you have, right? Because he's debatably the greatest basketball player of all time. He's a 6-time NBA champion. He's a 5-time MVP. He made the All-Star team 14 times. But did you know that he was cut from his high school basketball team? According to a January 10th ESPN article, Michael Jordan was talking about being cut. And he said, "The best thing that I could do was to prove to my coach that he had made a mistake. And leaving my disappointment behind, I began to improve my performance." Let me say that again. Leaving my disappointment behind, I began to improve my performance. He could have been pessimistic and dwelled on that failure and allowed it to drag him down, but instead, he stayed optimistic and kept working and made the team the next year, and so went on to become one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Now, unfortunately, the success is not always that fast. Let me take James Dyson, for example, inventor of Dyson vacuums. The man's worth about $4.3 billion today, but that wasn't always the case. At one point, he was just an average guy with a good idea. And when he put that idea into action, he failed. And he tried, and he failed, and he tried, and he failed, and he tried, and he failed. And this went on for 15 whole years until he finally reached success creating his new vacuum. Now, I don't know about you, but I can't even imagine what it would be like to try and fail for 15 whole years until finally reaching success. But his optimism kept him going through all 5,127 attempts at creating his new vacuum. Not only making him billions of dollars, but also creating more than 7,000 jobs around the globe. So what does the world gain from optimism? Well, as I've shown you through grandmothers, basketball, and vacuums, bet you didn't see that combination coming. Whether you're changing a negative into a positive, leaving your disappointment behind, or struggling through adversity, if you choose to be optimistic, you can improve anything. Optimism has no limits. Thank you.
Today, I would like to talk to you about what the world gains from optimism. And while I still have your attention, I'd like you all to take a moment, close your eyes, and listen to this one quote. Whether you think you can or think you can't, you are right. Whether you think you can or think you can't, you are right. The main reason I chose this Henry Ford quote was because of the word you. That's right, you. Because optimism begins with you. It begins with you, me, him, her. And being optimistic is a choice. Each morning that you wake up, you get to choose whether you wake up in a good mood or a bad mood. It is your choice to be optimistic. Now, my question is, do you ever wake up feeling great? You know, it begins with that list of all the things you want to accomplish today, and they all just start racing through your brain. You feel pumped and you can't wait to get on with your day. You're happy to see your family for breakfast. You're happy to see your friends or coworkers. You're just happy, energetic, optimistic. Doesn't that sound like a great way to start a day? Well then, why don't we start every day that way? Maybe we should make it a goal to start tomorrow waking up happy, optimistic. Let's change our attitude. What about being optimistic about an outcome? How you did on a test or how your favorite team did. Maybe it's the outcome of a sick loved one. What about being optimistic that one day we will all win the lottery? Wouldn't that be a dream? So, is optimism about having dreams? It absolutely could be. We could dream to be rich or famous. We could dream to be a hockey player and actress. We could dream to be a doctor, lawyer, teacher, politician. We could dream for world peace. Or that one day, everyone on this earth will have an endless supply of food and water. Optimism is a great quality to have. And everything great begins with a dream, but it's the actions that impact us the most. Now, I'm going to tell you a personal story, and no one loves talking about optimism as much as I do. As a matter of fact, I love talking about optimism so much that this is my 4th time entering this contest. My 4th time. 4 years ago, I couldn't even pronounce the letter R, but I could run, or shall I say, I could run really fast. Anyway, I ended up placing 4th. And the following year, in the middle of my speech, I totally forgot what I was talking about. But I came back, tried again. And now, here I am again today. Taller, older, much better looking, of course. And realizing that just me being here is my living proof of optimism. Over the years, I realized it's not about winning or losing. It's about believing, staying positive, and being optimistic. I truly hope that you never give up on what you believe in and that you keep striving toward your goals. There's a lot of very complex things going on in the world today. Things like war, poverty, disease. And the world, man and womankind alike, has already shown what we gain from optimism. We've persevered. Wars have come and gone. Diseases have been cured. But we need to continue as individuals to be optimistic so that together we can all make a difference. Love more, laugh more, believe. And what the world will really gain from optimism is you. Thank you.
That concludes the Northeast and Great Lakes region. You guys can all join your families. If everybody just wants to hang out for a little bit, Diana's going to tally up scores and she'll come out shortly and announce the winners, okay? We also have lunch coming in about an hour.
Congratulations to all of you. And for those of you who weren't around yesterday, they will get their trophies back with their names on them. So that's why we're not just using this as a prop. And as I explained, the real check will not be cardboard. It will be a real check when they're ready to do it. All right, the last region, the Northeastern Great Lakes. In third place was speaker B, Area Chinara. Congratulations. In second place was speaker E, Lucas Shaw. And in first place, speaker A, Matthew Leon. All right, I'll wait until we get finished. I think we also need another round of applause for the Optimist International staff, the board, the executive director, everyone from Optimist International who has worked so incredibly hard. And how also, would all of the Optimist members who are here with their students, or please stand also so we can recognize all of you for your support. Sergeants at Arms, thank you. You've kept order. We had no disruptions. This is a busy building usually. So the fact that we haven't had anybody just waltzing in the middle of all of it was pretty good. I also want to recognize 3 other people. The IT part of this couldn't happen unless we had people who knew what they were doing. And so Stephen Roach over here and Ryan Baker from St. Louis University. They have day jobs, and they have done the testing with our remote contestants. They have worked with our international contestants, and they've done this in the middle of all of the other work that they have to do here at the university. Ryan, who's the kind of tall, thin man with the beard and grayish hair, he's off doing something else while we wrap up, and he'll be back later. And then Kathy Michael, who's in the back. Kathy, would you please stand up? Kathy is the administrative assistant for this building, and she has done yeoman's work to make sure that you were fed, that we had everything coordinated, that the IT people knew what they were doing. It has been, once again, she has a pretty major job. She used to report to me, so I know what she does on a daily basis. And they've taken this all on as a labor of love. And Ryan said to me this morning, he said, I am so impressed with what this organization is doing. He said, it has just been a joy for me to be a part of it. And he said, these kids are the future. I mean, he was just effusive this morning about what he has seen last year and this year. So I want to give one more round of applause to everybody at St. Louis University who has worked hard to make this happen. And Kathy, is lunch out there already? Okay, it will, I can look. Okay, we're a little early. We've been very efficient. So you can just sort of relax, and except for those of you who are going into the finals, and you can go pace and do it. Benny, you need to say something? Okay, turn it over. I was going to do that.
First I want to thank Diane Carlin. Diane Carlin and her husband, and Joe, I mean, this is our second time. So it's a learning experience for us as well. And Diane and her husband, Joe Perrin, Joe's an appellate judge in the state of Kansas and a former participant at the club level. He never got out of the club, but it's a tremendous opportunity for us. And to see 49 of the most outstanding speakers our nations can offer is exciting to us. And I want to, Diane, thank you. I can't tell you the amount of hours and energy and effort she has put into this program. It is truly remarkable. And Diane, thank you for your efforts. Real quick, I want to also, we're looking for suggestions. This is only our second year, and we want to make this better. So anything, any thoughts, whether the speaking program, the contents, how we bus you. Now next year we're hoping that we're going to actually be on campus next year. There's a possibility that we'll be in the dorms next year. So we're trying to make this a better program every year. So if you've got a comment, we're open to it. So please come see us. I got to recognize Dana Thomas. Dana is my programs director at Optimist International. Dana puts in countless hours. And let me recognize a couple of folks here from part of the country. Don Brose is the activities chair for Michigan. Representing our board from Iowa is Judy Boyd. The person who's paying the bills for this is Craig Boring, who is our foundation director. And let me recognize our president, Jim Kondraxit from Wisconsin. And I have missed somebody. Okay, Judge? Okay. We thank everybody, and we'll see you at 2 when the international finals begin.
All right. Good afternoon. If everyone could take their seats, we will, I want, Benny, you want to start, right? Going to introduce Benny once again. Here you go.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Benny Ellerby. I'm the Executive Director of Optimist International, and it's my honor to serve this organization. We're at the second annual World Oratorical for Optimist International, and since 1928, that's a long time ago, we've been running local club oratorical programs, and each year we award over $500,000 annually in scholarships to the youth. I got to thank our partners in doing this, the Canadian Children's Optimist Foundation and Optimist International's Foundation for their support, and without their support and fundraising, these would not be available, not be possible. I want to also note that we've had over 1,500 online guests as we've been running the programs. Parents, proud parents and grandparents and children and siblings have been watching you compete in the last 2 days. Behind the wall, we have 5 outstanding bilingual judges from academia, and they're ready to hear the wonderful speeches we're ready to hear from these 9 contestants. Let me recognize a few folks real quick. Let me recognize Diane Carlin. Diane was up here a minute ago. She is the project chair and has been a superb chair of this event for the last 2 years. I got to recognize Programs Director for Optimist International, Dana Thomas. She's my right-hand person at the office and keeps me straight. I got to recognize OI board member from Iowa, Judy Boyd. Let me recognize our activities chairman, Don Brose from Michigan. Let me recognize the Optimist International Executive Director, Craig Boring. Craig's money man. And at this time, I'm pleased. Well, I got to do one more. My CFO for the last 10 years just recently left Optimist International, and she literally just walked in the room, and she has been an integral part of making this night. So I got to welcome Connie Pellick. Connie, good to see you today. And please, and there's a young man in Canada, I don't think he'll here right now, he's in Quebec, Jacques Pilon. Jacques organizes and manages the 6 contestants from Quebec that come in Quebec yesterday afternoon. But this time, please recognize the president of Optimist International from Wisconsin, Jim Kondrasik.
Thank you, Benny, and good afternoon, everybody. First of all, on behalf of our 85,000 Optimist members, welcome and thank you for being here. I have to say, wow, I don't even know where to begin, where to start. This has been awesome, and it makes certainly me and I think all the optimists to be very optimist proud of all the contestants that are here and participated. You're all winners, and we get to see one more round of this afternoon. One thing I wanted to say, especially to the people here, the participants and their parents, is remember your local clubs. Optimist International is a club-run organization. Everything comes from the club up to Optimist International. So you're all here because of a sponsorship of a local club. So remember your local clubs when you go back home. So that's really all that I want to say. Again, thank you for being here. This has been an awesome experience, and Friend of Youth is our motto, is our name, and we're doing it, and I think it shows right here. So thank you again for being here, and good luck to the finalists.
Okay, I'm going to give you one more thing, really, too. I'm going to do a shout out to Dave Bruns, too. I know Dave's been watching and texting me all day, and Dave was OI president last year, and this means a lot to him, this program. I'm going to give you an email address. A lot of folks have asked me about some email address they can write to. If you want to email us on concerns or improvements or things you want to note, you can email Dana, D-A-N-A .Thomas, T-H-O-M-A-S, at optimist.org. Dana Thomas at optimist.org. You put the little dot in the middle. At this time, let me recognize Diane Carlin.
Thank you. Thank you, Benny. All right, we are there at that moment. So we need to decide who's going in what order with the contestants who are here in the room. Please come forward. Those of you who are coming in remotely, Dana will draw for you. So we'll start, I guess we could alternate one after the other. So go ahead. Okay. And state your region. Southwest. Okay. All right. I? And which region? Southeast. Mid-Atlantic? All right. Dana, who are we going to draw for next? Global. Okay, global? B. Okay. And then
West Coast.
West Coast.
West Coast is speaker D.
St. Lawrence.
St. Lawrence is speaker G.
And Ontario. And whatever that long one is. It's what, Montana? What
The region. What's the region?
region is? I don't have the list. But it's our last one. So, C. Okay. All right. All right. So we will go in this order. So our tech people know Southwest is here. Mid-America is here. Southeast is here. Mid-Atlantic is here. And Great Lakes is here. And I will let them know which order. So A will be here. B is the global, the India. That's B. C will be our remote, and it's the Ontario. D is West Coast, and that will be remote. E is Southwest. F is Southeast, and Southwest and Southeast are both here. G is St. Lawrence, and that is remote. H is Great Lakes here. I is Mid-America here. That should be everybody. Okay, so if all of you want to sit over here, and we will get started with speaker A.
call speaker A? Joe, can we call speaker A? Joe? Oh, okay. We were waiting for it to go. Speaker A? What the world gains from optimism.
What the world gains from optimism. Poland, 1942, the Warsaw Ghetto. A young boy steps past a huddled figure as she takes her last shallow breath. He sneaks to the edge of the ghetto, a shoddily built brick wall that separates his world of the dead from the world of the living. Every night he makes this dangerous exodus, leaving the ghetto in search of food to save his starving family and friends. The young boy is a member of Habonim Dror, an underground youth movement motivated by optimism to save the lives around them. Nearby, in an underground basement, a young man by the name of Mordechai Anilowitz calls a meeting of this same youth movement. He and other young women and men, not a single one older than 25 years old, plan a revolt against the Nazis. On the morning of April 19th, 1943, the young women and men rise up in revolt. They fight for 27 days, longer than some countries avoided Nazi occupation. Can you imagine yourself in their place? Starved, living in rooms meant for half the number of inhabitants. Can you imagine mustering that optimism to fight for your life against the bleakest of odds? I know this story because I'm lucky enough to be involved in the modern Habonim Dror movement. In Hebrew, Habonim Dror literally means the builders of freedom. And they still teach today the ideals of optimism and activism. But above all those ideals, they teach optimism. Optimism. It's so intrinsic to freedom, so absolutely fundamental to democracy, that it has its foundations in the establishment of our great republic. The saga of the United States of America is rooted in the optimism of movements that changed our past and determine our future. Was it not optimism when the colonists declared war against the most powerful colonial nation in the world? Was it not optimism when the patriots established a democracy in a world full of monarchy? Was it not optimism when Patrick Henry shouted, "Give me liberty or give me death"? These words, these actions are founded in optimism. We, the people of the United States of America, are founded in optimism. Our optimism is what creates this better American future. And for me, this foundational American optimism is what spurred me to fight for our 200-year-old democracy. I'm lucky enough to be part of an amazing organization called Inspire US that dedicates themselves to registering newly eligible high school students, like me, to vote. This amazing organization absolutely refuses to accept that while young people make up 30% of the eligible American electorate, only half of us show up to the polls. But this can be changed with optimism and hard work. The first obstacle is voter registration. 85% of young people who are registered to vote, vote. In my past year, my high school, a team of just 4 high school seniors and juniors, registered the most high school seniors in our entire state. This year, 2017, we beat that record by over 100 registrations. The youth vote is our most tangible expression of a shared optimistic future. That is why we, the optimists, are fighting for it. What is optimism if not dogged, lifelong pursuit of positive change? Optimism is the people's hope for a better future. What does the world gain from optimism? Ask the optimists who change it.
Good morning, respected judges and members of the audience. Today, I'm going to talk about what the world gains from optimism. Well, if you've heard What Doesn't Kill You Makes You Stronger by Kelly Clarkson, then you'd agree that great songs is one of the gains. So what does the world gain from optimism? It's not money or fame or riches. It's nothing material and therefore does not interest a lot of people. However, it is the path towards staying positive at all times, even when it's not expected, especially when it's not expected. Tragedies don't come knocking on doors or send letters announcing their arrival. They just appear out of thin air, out of the blue. And you can choose to be optimistic and move forward, or be negative and stay stagnant or even sink. The meaning of the word optimism is actually based on a very powerful word in the Oxford Dictionary. It's 4 letters that can turn the darkest of nights into the brightest of dawns. Go ahead, take a guess. It's hope. At the end of the day, optimism is nothing but hope in a better tomorrow and confidence in that piece of hope. Now, I'm not here to define optimism for us because that would just mean stringing a bunch of meaningless words together, and a dictionary could do that. I'm here for something more. So listen close. I'm going to state the multifarious gains of optimism, and we will all earn something more important than money. We will earn character. You probably don't believe me right now, but once we realize the gains of positive thinking, I'm sure it'll convince you. We have all heard of the man who had a dream, Martin Luther King. It was his hopeful confidence that led the world to believe that the nation is capable of change. The revered father of the Indian nation, Mahatma Gandhi, was optimistic about gaining independence for the country, even while the others were skeptical of it. But he did it. Now, we live in a world where being practical is the new trend. And for some reason, this practicality is way different from being optimistic. Because when you're being optimistic, you're living in a state of oblivion, a fool's paradise. But when you're being practical, you're preparing yourself for the worst. The truth is, when you're being optimistic, you are okay with going through the worst case scenarios and still have the strength to believe in a better tomorrow. You ask me, what does the world gain from optimism? Well, I ask you, where would the world be without it? If during the Second World War, the people weren't optimistic about a brighter future, would they even have tried to change their ways and make peace? There are tons of students who fail their examination each year, but the ones who pick themselves back up again, thinking they have a brighter future in store for them, are those who succeed than the ones who give up on their dreams because of one failed trial or test result. The human race has faced so many circumstances, adverse situations that gave us every reason to succumb or surrender. Yet, here we are. Our faith in ourselves and the fact that we knew we could do better is what drove us to change the circumstances for ourselves and the future generation. So no, optimists aren't people who believe that the odds will forever be in their favor or they can rely on advantages of situations, but those who are okay with the odds not being in their favor because they're driven by conviction and belief in their talents, capabilities, and the supreme power. All the inventions made in various domains of life, right from the wheel and its multiple uses to the gadgets and apps that we use today, are a result of hope and optimism, a drive to make life better for mankind. Optimism provokes change. It unites the world. It gives life purpose, reason, meaning, something to look forward to. It enhances the essence of an individual. A pessimist can complain about the wind, but an optimist changes the sail. The world can see 99 problems on one hand, but you can choose to see the 101 solutions it has to offer. The world can see war on one hand, but you can choose to see how it unites the nation on the other. Because what seems like the end is often the beginning. And optimism is the pivot around which our world revolves and evolves. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Park, you're up next. You have 3 minutes.
Um, is the microphone making any weird noises when I move around like this?
It is not.
It's not? Okay, because, all right. Okay, thank you. And can you see my facial expressions? I was just wondering if I'm
You're just a tiny bit washed out. What if you come just a tiny bit? Take a step closer. Yeah, there you
like
go.
this?
Much better.
Okay, all right. And, my Signorina, if I go forwards like this, is my head cut off? No. Okay, okay.
You'll be in just a second. Good luck.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. You're fine. I've been watching it in the judges room and also on the streaming, and everything's fine with the mic, so you're okay.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Picture a world where poverty strikes billions, disease is rampant, and wars rage. That's our world today. But is there anything we can do about it? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My topic today is what the world gains from optimism. What does the world gain from optimism? The word optimism is defined by the Merriam-Webster Collegiate Dictionary as a doctrine that this world is the best possible world. While we are often striving to make this world a better place, it becomes extremely difficult with the everyday preoccupations in our lives that demand all of our time and our energy. But did you know that optimism can have a direct impact on your health and your well-being? For example, in a study published by the Archives of General Psychiatry, almost 1,000 men and women aged 65 to 85 were followed up during the years of 1991 to 2001. But what they found was that those who described themselves as highly optimistic had a 55% lower risk of death from all causes than when compared to those who were highly pessimistic. So then, if we were more optimistic, shouldn't the world also be gaining more positivity and hope? Well, unfortunately, according to economists Max Rosser and Mohammed Nadgi, we are oftentimes individual optimists and social pessimists or local optimists and national pessimists. Individually, yes, we can reap the benefits of optimism. But instead of ourselves, what does optimism do for the world? Or what do you gain from what the world is showing you about optimism? Take Thomas Edison, one of the greatest American inventors of all time. He once stated that his optimism had motivated him to continue persevering even after failing the same task more than 10,000 times. And now, after relentlessly following his ambitions through optimism, not only did he change his life, but the lives of billions around the globe through the light bulb of optimism. That's optimism. Think about Malala Yousafzai, a Pakistani activist for female education, the youngest recipient of a Nobel Peace Prize, a UN Messenger of Peace, and honorary Canadian citizen. She had been shot in the head by the Taliban because of her advocacy of women's and girls' education rights. Instead of being silenced by the Taliban's oppression, however, Malala's voice only grew louder and stronger as did her hope for the future of women's education. Optimism. Elizabeth Smart was only 14 years old in 2002 when she became an abduction and abuse survivor in Utah. However, even after the traumatic experiences she had to face for 9 months, she continues to tell her story as a successful TV news commentator and advocate for child safety. Optimism. Thomas Edison, Malala Yousafzai, and Elizabeth Smart all overcame personal adversity through a positive outlook and hope for the future. Such individuals show us how the wounds of our world will heal, and the scars will remind us that no matter how many challenges we may face, the source and inspiration for positive change and hope is optimism. Picture that same world with poverty, disease, and wars. Now, if you change that and picture a world where each child, each person, and each life is being touched by a spark of optimism, and even the problems and hardships we face will not mean as much as one helping hand, one honest smile, and one grateful word to another. And so I ask you, what does the world gain from optimism? Well, us and all of our inspirations and hopes which heal the cracks that divide our world. Because in the end, we are that light, and we are that hope that the world gains from optimism.
All right, Seth, you're next. All right, let's just,
Hello, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you. Can you hear and see us?
Yep, we got it.
All right, so you'll get a countdown here in about 2 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you. Am I not on the yellow line right now? Just give me the thumbs up or something when you want me to start.
Speaker D, go ahead.
What the world gains from optimism. Prominent motivational speaker Zig Ziglar once said, "Your attitude, not your aptitude, determines your altitude." But what exactly do these words mean? This quote represents the truism that it is ultimately a person's outlook, not his or her intelligence, that will determine how high he or she can reach. Throughout history, few geniuses have truly ever walked the earth, yet millions of people have left an impact. According to the Huffington Post, successful people including Abraham Lincoln, Muhammad Ali, and even best-selling artist of the 2000s, Britney Spears, would not have been considered to have high IQs by modern evaluations. Yet, their success was dependent upon their attitude, specifically their optimism in conquering personal and professional challenges to which most people would have surrendered. So today, we're going to be talking about what exactly the world gains from optimism. So first, let's analyze the science behind optimism, then let's talk about the impact it leaves upon the world, and finally, let's address the most optimal way that we as a global society can become more positive. At first glance, the concept of optimism might seem silly. After all, when we think of optimists, we often think of people who are irritatingly perky and naively happy all the time. But the truth is, there is a difference between blind optimism and realistic optimism. While blind optimists refuse to acknowledge negativity at all, and instead prefer to pretend that everything is okay, realistic optimists acknowledge the negative consequences of their actions. But instead of letting this negativity shroud their motivation to do better, they allow these consequences to serve as opportunities to improve. For instance, a friend of mine was recently struggling in her math class. We were nearing the end of the year and she was on the verge of failing the class. Now, she told me that there was no point in trying because she wasn't naturally good at math and thus would never be able to improve. As a realistic optimist, I told her that while she might not possess the natural aptitude for math, she always has the ability to improve if she changes her attitude toward the subject and puts in the work. Reluctantly, she took my advice and was pleasantly surprised when she passed her math class because she finally started to treat her past mistakes as lessons instead of barriers. Now imagine if the world did the same. Every day, the global news tells us of death and destruction, scandals and corruption. If it bleeds, it leads has become the unofficial motto of several news organizations seeking to capitalize upon revealing the worst of humanity. But seldom do we ever hear about global milestones and achievements. For example, did you know that according to the World Health Organization, measles has finally been eradicated in the Americas as of last year? I didn't. But I'm not asking that we solely focus on the good and ignore the bad completely. Rather, I'm asking that we change the way we address the bad. One way we can do this is through constructive journalism, a concept that has been implemented in several countries across the world, including Denmark, which boasts one of the world's highest human development index ratings, according to the UN. Instead of simply reporting global tragedies, constructive journalists can offer potential solutions to these tragedies, or at least pose constructive questions moving forward. In this way, the concept of realistic optimism can be applied to news reporting and consequently trickle into the minds of readers all around the world, promoting a more positive global society. Thus, optimism is an attainable goal from which the world can truly benefit, whether it's through constructive journalism or through simply treating individual mistakes as lessons to learn from. The earth and its people have so much to gain from being positive Because after all, as Zig Ziglar once said, your attitude, not your aptitude, determines your altitude. Thank you. It was like 4:40.
Speaker E.
What the world gains from optimism. Can you imagine for a second that you're a prisoner of war, tortured for 6 to 8 years, kept in solitary confinement, and yet you still remain hopeful that there's something better in store for you? This was a way of life for 750 Vietnam War veterans who were held as prisoners. Given so many reasons to be pessimistic and lose hope, it would have been extremely easy to fall into despair. According to Dr. Dennis Charney, one of the world's leading experts in the neurobiology and treatment of mood and anxiety disorders, he found that unlike many fellow veterans, these did not develop post-traumatic stress syndrome or depression after being released, even though they endured extreme stress. After running tests and interviews, Dr. Charney found that there were 10 characteristics that set these veterans apart. Their top characteristic? Optimism. Second Lieutenant John Naismith, who was a Vietnam War prisoner himself, said optimism was the reason people lived. He said the optimist survived and the pessimist died. Every guy I know who died was a pessimist, and if you look on the dark side and think you're probably not going to make it, you don't. Optimism not only strengthens us mentally for difficult situations, but it also strengthens us physically. According to a study by the American Journal of Epidemiology, people who are optimistic have a reduced risk for heart disease, stroke, respiratory disease, infection, and even cancer. But being optimistic isn't something that just happens overnight. You do have to put work into it. There's a process called neuroplasticity that can help rewire the brain to allow a bigger flow of positive emotions instead of negative ones. Neuroplasticity is the brain's capacity to reconstruct itself and change its neural pathways. The brain picks up on repetition and can rewire to accommodate changes. Now, I know, rewiring your brain sounds like a really complicated process that you'd probably need a couple of degrees to achieve. Rest assured, I have yet to get a degree, and I practice rewiring my brain to be more positive every single day. All you need is a few minutes. If you can take 3 to 5 minutes every day and think of 3 things that you're grateful for, you're on the way to rewiring that brain of yours. Thoughts begin in your prefrontal cortex and travel to your amygdala, which influences your emotions. The more you practice doing daily gratitudes, the stronger the connection between the prefrontal cortex and the limbic system will be. Eventually, you won't have to try so hard, and your brain will help make it second nature for you to feel more positive emotions daily. Thinking of 3 gratitudes helps us enjoy the current moment that we're in. It helps us not to dwell on the past or worry about the future. Being grateful can in turn make us into a more optimistic person, and according to A.O. Olanian, a life coach, optimism can help increase our level of productivity, increase our problem-solving capabilities, help us to believe in our dreams, and increase our level of motivation. Gratitude's the attitude that keeps you feeling good. But gratitudes aren't only beneficial to you, they also help others. It makes sense that if you feel good, others around you will feel that good attitude and thrive off of it as well. My friend Gabby and I know the power of optimism and gratitudes quite well. Every single day, we share 3 things that we're grateful for. Similarly, throughout the day, we are constant reminders to each other that despite how messy life can be sometimes, there is always a reason to be happy. Having someone to bounce those positive feelings off of on a daily basis has changed how I look at many of life's difficulties. I find myself grateful and optimistic for the things I very easily overlooked several months ago. So, what does the world gain from optimism? The world gains healthier and happier people, people who are less stressed and less depressed, people who have less chance of a stroke or developing cancer. What the world gains from optimism are longer and fuller lives from the people living on this planet. When we make the choice to be grateful and optimistic every single day, the world gains you and me. And that is the start to a more beautiful and positive world. As Mike Dooley, entrepreneur in the philosophical New Thought movement, says, thoughts become things, so think the good ones. Thank you.
Speaker F.
What the world gains from optimism. Even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise. Those were the inspiring words of Victor Hugo, a few of which will be utilized to elaborate on what this world can gain from optimism. What is optimism? Optimism is most commonly described as seeing the glass as half full. But more than that, optimism is hope. It is the fuel that keeps this world's flame burning when it feels like the cold has corrupted you. Optimism is finding a reason to laugh when it seems like the rest of the world has forgotten how to smile. According to Helen Keller, and I quote, "Optimism is the faith that leads to achievement," end of quote. Can you imagine how little achievements would have been made without optimism? There are so many things that appear trivial that would have never been a possibility without optimism wrapping her arms around the heart of her warrior and willing him to fight. Optimism stands as the pillars of strength for our society. Can you imagine what life would be like if optimism never knocked on someone's door? What if the history books were not written the way they were? What if Martin Luther King Jr. never had that dream? History would have taken a different path, and we would have been living in the shadow of that time. But he had that dream. He had a dream, and he said, quote, "that every valley shall be exalted, every hill and mountain shall be made low," end of quote. This was his hope. He hoped that his children would live a different life. He hoped that the injustice he faced would evaporate before his eyes. And this is where optimism ruled with an iron fist. It marched alongside those fearless protesters in their time of rebellion. It guarded their minds and upheld their warrior-like spirits, even when their bodies were broken beyond repair. This is what optimism gives to the world: the will to fight and the hope that the battle will be won. Even when your path in life seems too coarse to walk alone, optimism walks hand in hand with you and reminds you that every cloud has its silver lining. It reminds you that each battle deserves fighting because, as J. Tolkien said, there is some good in this world, and it's worth fighting for. Optimism gives us reason to walk boldly through our storms with hope that tranquility is nearby. It gives us peace of mind when it seems like nothing is going right, and reassurance, like a soothing voice that reminds you that you can do it. Optimism has given people in this world cause to stand up for what they believe in, and faith that it will happen. So you ask, what can this world gain from optimism? I tell you that this world can gain hope. It can gain hope like Anne Frank did when optimism stood like a beacon, giving her hope that her life would no longer be bound by the shackles of fear. It can gain peace when being swallowed by the storm. But what is most important is not what this world can gain from optimism, but what you can accomplish. We can make ourselves great. We can scribe our names in gold into the history books. And we can be the beacon of optimism for the next generations. Maybe we can do more than just insert our names into history. We can tell the story of how we made this world our own. And maybe one day, this world will no longer define optimism as just seeing the glass as half full. And we can detach ourselves from that which holds us back from filling that glass. But until then, the glass will remain half full, but we can gain much more from a half-filled glass than we can from one being half empty. I thank you.
St. Laurent, you're next. St. Laurent, we cannot see your video.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez bien?
We can hear your audio. We cannot see your video. You have 1 minute. We have your video now. Yes, we can see you now. You want to give me a test 1, 2?
Test 1, 2.
Thank you. We hear you and see you well. Good luck.
Qu'est-ce que l'optimisme apporte au monde entier? Mes parents me répètent souvent qu'il est important de rester informé sur ce qui se passe dans le monde. J'ai donc pris l'habitude de regarder les nouvelles et de lire les grands titres des journaux. Je vous résume en rafale les sujets qui ont capté mon attention récemment. En Syrie, un attentat terroriste fait 52 morts. Un kamikaze s'est fait exploser sur la place publique. À Nice, en France, un conducteur de camion fonce sur la foule lors d'un rassemblement sur 84 personnes. Décès dû à la pollution. L'Inde rattrape la Chine. Virus Zika. Future maman, évitez le Sud. À Québec, un tireur fou ouvre le feu dans une mosquée. Bilan, 6 morts. Aux États-Unis, le président américain veut empêcher les musulmans d'entrer dans son pays. J'arrête ici. Vous aurez compris que je pourrais continuer encore et encore à vous faire part de toutes ces nouvelles horribles, inquiétantes et, avouons-le, un peu démoralisantes. Objectivement, notre monde ne va pas très bien. Il évolue de conflit en conflit. Comment arriver alors à une fin heureuse, à un avenir prometteur? Cela peut nous sembler impossible. Croire en un avenir meilleur, c'est pourtant ce que j'ai envie de faire. À 11 ans, si je décide de seulement voir tout ce qui va mal sur notre planète, aussi bien laisser tomber tous mes rêves immédiatement et attendre la mort. Combien de fois avez-vous entendu quelqu'un dire que tout va mal, que jamais on ne trouvera de solution à un problème quelconque? Moi, souvent. Évidemment, il peut sembler plus facile de rester chez soi sans rien faire. Attendre les prochaines nouvelles catastrophiques. Attendre la fin du monde. Mais si on essayait de rêver un peu, de penser positif, tous ensemble, de voir le bon côté des choses, le meilleur de chacun, le verre à moitié plein plutôt qu'à moitié vide. Voilà ce qu'est l'optimisme.
Voilà ce que les grandes femmes et les grands hommes de notre histoire ont osé faire. Rêver. N'est-ce pas ce que Bill Gates a déjà fait? Mère Teresa, Albert Einstein, John Lennon, Gandhi, Martin Luther King. Pour accomplir de grandes choses, il faut y croire. Mais au départ, cela prend une étincelle, un espoir. J'ai choisi à 11 ans de croire en un monde meilleur. L'optimiste a le pouvoir d'influencer les gens par ses croyances et ses actions. Si chacun d'entre nous, femmes, hommes, enfants, blancs, noirs, musulmans ou chrétiens, si chacun d'entre nous décide d'influencer notre monde futur par sa pensée positive, alors main dans la main, nous pourrons faire une différence. J'aime croire qu'une guerre pourra être arrêtée, que les terroristes finiront par entendre raison, que les hommes politiques, aussi exubérants certains puissent être, utiliseront leur jugement pour éviter les conflits, que nos différences et nos croyances religieuses feront de nous un seul peuple plus intéressant et plus riche grâce à sa diversité. Est-ce que j'ai vraiment le choix du haut de mes 11 ans? Je ne crois pas. Ouvrez la télévision, regardez, écoutez. Vous voulez croire que Nostradamus a raison de prédire la fin de notre monde? Alors soyez pessimiste. Si vous voulez plutôt comme moi influencer l'avenir, alors optimiste dans la salle, levez-vous et agissez. Aujourd'hui, il est vrai que je ne peux pas faire grand-chose pour sauver le monde de tous ses malheurs. Mais un jour, quand je serai comme tous mes amis, un grand homme d'affaires, un politicien, un scientifique ou même un simple citoyen ayant le droit de vote, je pourrai, moi aussi, dicter un vent de changement positif. Comme le petit battement d'aile du papillon qui arrive à créer une tornade au fil du temps. Voilà ce que l'optimisme peut apporter au monde entier. Un optimiste à la fois.
Speaker H.
Good afternoon, and I'd just like to say that I'm incredibly honored to have been given this opportunity. And I'd like to say thank you to the judges, the Optimist Club, and St. Louis University for making this possible. What the world gains from optimism. Never saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by. When you're in love, my, how they fly. You know, Irving Berlin had it right when he wrote this gem of a song. The world truly is a wonderful place filled with amazing experiences like the smell of flowers in springtime, or the star-filled sky on a clear night, an old acquaintance paying for your coffee at Tim Hortons, or even someone whom you haven't met yet, smiling at you as you pass by on a crowded city street. There's so much goodness in this world that it's hard not to have a positive attitude. That positive attitude and a benevolent outlook, that's optimism. But what does it do for us as individuals? What does it do for our community? What does it do for the world as a whole? As individuals, we can look to psychology for the answer. Optimists are healthier. A Harvard University study found that positive people were at a lower risk of heart disease, had lower cholesterol, and lower triglycerides. Researchers from the University of Pittsburgh went even further to say that optimists are at a lower risk of dying due to any cause. Positive people rate their job satisfaction higher too, and with good reason, because optimists get more job offers, more promotions, and are paid higher than their pessimistic counterparts. I think the real question we should be asking is, why wouldn't you want to be an optimist? On a bigger scale, when your whole community starts to feel the optimistic vibe, it begins to come together and experience the unity in community. As communities work together individually, they become more friendly, more productive, and even more cultured. That sense of cooperation spreads and begins to make the whole world a better place. But I pose to you a question. If optimism can do all of that for just one community, what can it do for the world as a whole? Well, multiplied by the approximately 400,000 communities across the globe, optimism could bring about humanity's latest golden age, starting with curing cancer or ending world hunger. Increased international cooperation could usher in a new era of world peace. Or it could send someone into space for more than a casual spacewalk. The world would be a much better place in this optimistic utopia. Take Nelson Mandela, for example. In his autobiography, The Long Walk to Freedom, Mandela describes the long and arduous journey he took to rid South Africa of apartheid, a system of extreme racial segregation. After engaging in protest as the leader of South Africa's African National Congress, Mandela was arrested and sent to jail. But it was his optimism that motivated him to pursue a law degree while in prison, so he could fight apartheid on a legal basis after his release. The catch? Mandela wasn't supposed to be released. He was serving a life sentence. Nevertheless, his optimism won out. 26 years later, Mandela was released from prison. His expertise brought about the end of apartheid, and he became the first democratically elected Black president of South Africa. Optimism's fundamental components of trust, positivity, and believing in a good future made the end of apartheid possible. But again, I ask, what does the world gain from optimism? It becomes a friendlier place. It's a more productive place. It's a place with nothing but blue skies, smiling on all of us. Thank you.
Speaker H, or I'm sorry, Speaker I.
What the world gains from optimism. A person can look at a number in various ways, depending on the circumstance in which the number is used. A person can look at the number 15 and remember the fond memories of being a 15-year-old, or watching the exciting 15 minutes left in the last Super Bowl game. Yet, how does one look at the number 15 with optimism when that number represents the average number of months left for a person just diagnosed with brain cancer? March 24th, 2014 was the day that this news was delivered to my family when my dad was diagnosed with brain cancer. 38 months have now passed since his diagnosis. Not only have treatments and surgeries helped my dad survive, but his optimistic attitude has contributed greatly to his currently victorious battle against this disease. Living with brain cancer for 3 years takes a toll on the body, disabling the person from performing activities that were once trivial and simple for the formerly healthy individual. Activities from brushing teeth to walking have become arduous for my dad. Yet instead of focusing on the struggles at hand and thinking about what he cannot do, my dad chooses to focus on what he can do. He faces each day with determination and does so with a smile. And he helps me realize that in each day, the good outweighs the bad, but only if I choose to view the world optimistically. World-renowned physicist Stephen Hawking once said, "No matter how difficult life may seem, there is always something you can do and succeed at." This is what optimism is all about. Optimism truly enables an individual to overcome everyday obstacles and prepares them for handling the most difficult setbacks in life. Those with experience focusing on the cans in life rather than the cannots are those who have the ability to change the world. Due to their optimism and their ability to determine what is truly important, these people can accomplish almost anything. If everybody could realize this, the world will become a much better and happier place in which to live. I knew that my dad's health was never something that was under my control. Accepting this fact was rather difficult, but this is where optimism comes into play. I realized that in every difficult situation, one question is posed. Can I dwell on something I cannot change, or can I accept the situation which I have been given and carry on while playing my part to work for the best possible outcome? Ultimately, as I learned to put my life in perspective, I decided that I will work to improve those things that are under my control. Former President Abraham Lincoln once said, "We can complain because rose bushes have thorns, or rejoice because thorn bushes have roses." A large part of developing optimism is coming to the realization that there will always be challenges and setbacks in life. To be optimistic despite these setbacks, however, one must work to find solutions. The Optimist Creed states that we should think only of the best, work only for the best, and expect only the best. To take a negative situation, to find that silver lining, and to undertake appropriate action takes true strength, courage, patience, and optimism. What the world gains from optimism is the hope for a better future, even in times of great adversity and hardship. Optimists make a difference in the world by not only seeing the bright side, but by creating that bright side for others. The Optimist Creed states that we should look at the sunny side of everything and make our optimism come true. As Nicholas Butler, president of Columbia University and Nobel Peace Prize recipient, once said, "Optimism is essential to achievement, and it is the foundation of courage and true progress." Whether a doctor is performing a first heart transplant or my dad is learning to use his hand again, both of these personal achievements are rooted in optimism. Thus, reflecting on my personal experience with the number 15 and the positive effect that that number had on my life, I now understand what the world gains from optimism.
Ladies and gentlemen, our regional finalists.
Thank you to all of you, both here and remotely, for an incredible set of final speeches and for putting in all the effort to participate in this activity. When you started, you had to be optimists because you didn't know if you'd even get past the club level, but you were willing to put that time and energy into it, and this is what happened. So congratulations again. I would ask that everyone stay here for a few minutes because we want to introduce the final round judges. And so I'm going to go back in there, and as soon as they've wrapped up their numbers, I'm going to bring them out here so that we can introduce them. I know Dana has something to give them. So I just want you to also know what an incredibly impressive group this is that we have in the finals.
If anyone that does not have one yet would like to purchase a souvenir, we have this World Oratorical pin. They're available for $10. It's a great souvenir. Just find me if you'd like one.
Was that good or what? I have a special treat. You know, last year was our first time we did this program, and we're honored today to have last year's winner, the first ever winner of the Oratorical Optimist International Championship, Cameron Tyler from West Missouri. Come on, Cameron.
Hi, my name is Cameron Tyler, and I'm from Jackson, Missouri. Most of you guys won't know where that's from, but if you know where Cape Girardeau is, it's right next to there, or it's about 2 hours south of here. And so I won last year's contest, and so I know how all of you are feeling right now. You're sitting there going, oh goodness, I hope I did good. I hope I've done everything that I need to do to win. And the thing is, after I got done, I was sitting there and going, okay, I've done the best that I can, and that's all you have to worry about is the best you can do. That's all you have to strive for whatever you do. And so that's something that I would like to say to you guys is just strive to do your best in whatever you do. Just to tell you a little about myself, other than I'm from Jackson, I am attending Missouri Baptist University up here this fall. And so I'm all sweaty, and I was running here because I just got done with rehearsal because we are doing a musical right now. And so I just got done with rehearsal there. And so I ran here because I want to be here for these lovely contestants. And so I just want to, it's been a great experience. College is something that I've looked forward to since I was little. And so the money from this contest has helped me find the perfect college for me and make sure that everything is going to be paid for that I need. So for all the parents and grandparents and everyone, that is something that it's wonderful just to have that out of the way, because my mom was really excited about that after we found out. And so I think that's all I have to say. And I just want to say good luck to all of you guys. So thank you very much.
Fine time. So who wants to sing? Can we have at least one singer in the group? Cameron, can you sing too? A little bit. Okay. All right. So the judges are tabulating now. We have 5 outstanding judges. Diane Carlin's going to bring those judges out here just momentarily, introduce the judges to you. And we're debating now if we tell you the winners now or wait for dinner. So all the hands that want now, raise your hands. Okay, all who want to wait for dinner. Okay, Cameron, got one for dinner. Oh, 2 for dinner. All right, got 2 for dinner. You guys probably lose. Okay, we'll wait. We're going to wait a little bit here. And anybody know a song or? Okay. Oh, Danny wants to say something.
Hi, everybody. I'm the bus guy. But realistically, I'm the director of membership growth for Optimist International, which means we try to keep the programs like the Oratorical and this going as well as possible. So I just wanted to take a minute to encourage any of the parents, grandparents, support people here. Do whatever you can to support your local Optimist Club. We do need folks just like you to get involved in order to keep doing these into the future. We do Oratorical, essay, sports programs, respect for law, and thousands of other things that Optimist clubs across the country do. So I would encourage you, please, if you have the time, even if it's not a lot of time, any little bit helps most of our clubs. For all the kids here who are going to college, we do have college Optimist clubs. If there is, you can call us to find out if there's one at your school, or you can start your own. That would look great on a resume if you start your own chapter. We'll help you through it. It's easy, and you'll gain great leadership skills, organizational skills, and meeting planning, and public speaking, not that anyone here needs it. All right, that's my little spiel. And Diana?
Okay, so I'm from Kansas. I have to deal with Wizard of Oz jokes all the time. You know, you have the man behind the curtain. These are the judges behind the wall there. So we haven't had a chance to really introduce most of them. Dana, do you want to come on up with the, yeah, you have the plaques? Okay. All right, we'll start here at the end on the far left. Dr. Pascal Paradin, who is an associate professor in the Department of French in the Department of Languages, Literatures, and Cultures here at St. Louis University. And she is also the editor of the French Review. I should probably do this on the microphone so they can hear me in France. Official Journal of the American Association of Teachers of French. She's currently a board director of the Alliance Française of St. Louis and will serve as the associate chair of her Department of Languages, Literature, and Culture. And she is an outstanding teacher. And so we're very happy she was able to find time to be with us today. Next to her is Morgan Norris, who recently graduated with honors from St. Louis University with a Bachelor of Arts in French and International Studies. She's currently working for a nonprofit interpreting agency, LAMP, in St. Louis, and she'll be heading to Poitiers, France in the fall to complete her master's in French. We have a dual degree here at St. Louis University, which we worked on, and they'll get a degree from both Poitiers and St. Louis University. Next to Morgan is Nena Koseva. Nena is originally from Bulgaria, but grew up in Greece, and before she moved to the United States to attend college at Truman State, where she was a Romance languages major. She has her master's in communication study in communication from St. Louis and taught public speaking, and she was my master's advisee. She is quadrilingual and is very passionate about intercultural communication and international education. Next to her is Ben Stout. Ben also has a master's degree in French from St. Louis University and has been teaching high school French at Washington High School here in the St. Louis area. And finally, Angela Religert. Angie is the graduate coordinator here at St. Louis University. She was my administrative assistant when I was the associate provost here. She also has her master's degree in French, and I believe you've taught some French over the years. So we had 5 at least bilingual, and I imagine several people up here are like Nena and are more than even bilingual. So these are our distinguished judges in the final round. So thank you all very much for being here. And Dana has something for you. Oh, you've already done it. Okay, very good. Already got them. Get a picture of everybody. Dana, do you want to talk about what happens next? What dinner at 5? Is that correct? I'm sorry, what? Oh, Craig needs to say something. Oh, okay. Craig, where are you hiding? Craig, oh, your turn. And then is dinner at 5? Oh, we're trying to get dinner here early. So, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so as soon as the dinner is here, we will eat. I know you don't want to wait for the results, so I understand that totally. Okay, Craig, all yours.
I am an optimist at heart. I found out 27 seconds ago that I was speaking. So, I am the executive director of Optimist International Foundation. There's actually 2 organizations. The Optimists are, worldwide with the clubs. I'm a member of the Optimist Club of O'Fallon, Missouri. I was a member of an Optimist Club over in the Kansas City area for many years. The foundation's got a very unique place, just as our sister organization with the Canadian Children's Foundation. We're the 501c3. We're the money raisers, the fundraisers, the banks. And we're the ones that work hand in hand in partnership with Optimist International for their great mission, their great program. You got, money drives mission, mission drives money, and we're that part of it. So it's an honor just to be associated, to be brother and sister in this great cause to help kids. And this year we were able to step forward and pay for the regional winners. So those $5,000 scholarships were going to come from the Optimist International Foundation this year for the first time and for many years into the future. But we're here to fund hope. We're here to fund optimism. We're here to fund communities and kids worldwide. And that's what it's all about. So thank you on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Optimist International Foundation and the Canadian Children's Optimist Foundation for allowing us to be a small part of this. Thank you.
And I didn't I didn't see her hiding back here, but there are two other people who deserve a lot of thanks and a round of applause because they had a very important job. And we had two timekeepers so that we had double redundancy here to make sure that all the time was done right. And Annette, I didn't see you back there earlier. Annette Reinerman, who has been back there timing. And then you've all met my husband many times, but you can give him another round of applause. So that's fine. So thank you, both of you, for all your diligence with the stopwatches. And I'm going to go add up points. Okay.
Out a little bit. Keep going. Out. Yeah. Okay, you're good.
show up, get in there. Yeah, we have something like that where our program in high school is actually like college program in high school. You get like 9 students per semester. Whereas if you go to just that you actually go to college. And I'm like, you get a better education in high school than you do in the community college. So I think it's crazy. Especially when it comes to public speaking. That's something everybody has to learn. My president was like, all right, I'm on the topic. You can choose to say your speech on topic, or you can just get up and do the topic. So it was really great. And it was like, if you tell three things you're gonna say it. Say what you said. I got a 96 in the class. It's like one question wrong on the final exam. The funny thing is like my exam is like and the day before, he gives some answers. So he's like, okay, everybody, write these down. I'll act like I don't see them when you take the test. I got one wrong. I don't even know why. But yeah, we get these speeches. It's awesome. It's like that was cool. So like, weirdly on news, it's all about all the drama. It's hilarious. But like, really good teachers, like marketing intelligence teacher. He's been teaching for 7 years and he has a 98% pass rate. That didn't pass didn't show up because his grandmother died the day before. So like, other than that, everybody else has to take it, which is like insane because he's super tough about it. I'm taking it. That's awesome. Seriously, and like this guy though, he's just retired 2 times already, and people like in our town just like show his house. He's like, "Why don't you teach my children?" So he keeps on coming back, and all he wants to do is fish. Like he just everything apparently. So my sister just took it. Everything that he says about math is about fishing. Everything. Yeah, he tutored me in history calculus because I couldn't understand some words to say, well, I be honest with you, with like, just so I feel good. I feel good about calculus. They don't have options. Like in high school, this subject called addition, which is calculus. Well, it's calculus in it, but it's everything else in it too. It's like No, I did once and I cried. I never did it again. You know what? This is not my surprise. I do poetry and music. I don't know. Yeah, I did 2 years ago. You're like, it wasn't my fault. The thing is, the reason I chose this step is I like walking into a round knowing exactly how it's going to go. And so I participate and I did forensics. And I'm like, you know what? I'm writing my own notes. I memorized my notes. I know how to I'm in there, it's the same. Whereas it's like, oh, I lost it. I had no idea what you were saying. Oh my gosh, my best friend. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. Yeah, so I'm like, oh wow. Okay, she now also yeah. Why? No idea. Oh, I've been to that. No, I was well, like people start off their speeches or like the background, it's like I'm gonna go ahead and have you like give me the one, like let you know, like automatically, or I'm sorry, don't ask me to give you those special grades or like a 45, yeah. Probably like the greatest thing ever. I love it. Just like talking to people and also like just draw this information like oh here like 5 minutes not you no, I had to think about that. Like, I had to think about that. I don't remember where I. No, flew here. It did. She was saying that. Yes, be the first one to speak. Well, at least you got it. Probably why I don't know. Yeah, it's okay. I don't really remember how I performed. Like, I'm just like, it was black. Okay. I just after doing the performance, like, she's awesome. I was like, yes. Well, dang it. If you go up there and just like, please, that's all right. I actually. Yesterday, like, I was like, no, David, I wish I would have stinks, but here I am on the baseball game. I am stressing. I want to do my college class. You know, I'm not stressing out. That gets you, I think. It's, currently taking through college online, and then summer camp. I'm excited for y'all. I know. Like, I don't win. Like, I still got 5,000. But it's like, yesterday I cried. So, like,
Any contestant that is in the room, please come to the stage. Any contestant.
Okay, I put it on. Oh, really? Okay, I put it on, by the way.
How my best brings up I haven't watched it. I don't want to watch it. Oh, yes. What was your topic this year? How my best brings out the best. That's so sweet. Thank you. I don't think I remember all of it. I remember the title. I can go, how my best brings out the best. Thank you. That's about all I remember.
Besides that, you don't see anybody in the street. All you see is you get a voice out and nothing.
I get wiped out that age.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, so they can grab them.
I see it.
My birthday was today. I just like, I gotta make and the thing that like I keep a check like hanging on my wall, and I look at it every morning and I go, okay, it took a lot of hard work to get that, so I have to work hard to get everything else. So just think about that when whoever wins, and whoever doesn't win, just think about.
Tom, we're thing, right?
Are we still ready to stream? Well, if you all want to take your seats, we are ready to announce.
Real now.
All right.
I think before I announce, we should give all of the finalists one more round of applause. Once again, I would not have wanted to have judged this. It was very close. And anyway, so here's how it turned out. In third place, from Great Plains, Yejin Park, who I don't think we have up there, but anyway, she was one of our remote contestants. And she will get $5,000 and a plaque. In second place, $10,000, correct? And a plaque from the Southeast, Aeolia Winter. There in the middle. Congratulations. Oh, one more picture with Cameron.
Passing the gap.
Yeah. All right, congratulations. And in first place from the West Coast, Meena Venkataraman.
Oh my God, thank you. Thank you.
Meena, do you want to say something?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. I'm just in complete shock, and my advisors, my Optimist coordinator, and several other people are here watching, and we just all want to thank you so much for this opportunity. And even though I wasn't able to be there in person, I'm just incredibly honored, and I really commend the Optimist International organization for everything they do. So thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, and congratulations to all the kids. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dinner, we have a lot of food that's going to be next door. I mean, a lot of food, so get doubles. Please stay with us, have food. The university's very generous to us, so please stay for a little bite to eat.
I think it'll be ready. It's fried chicken, just a couple minutes. So good Midwestern fare here. Okay. Thank you again. Please travel safely. I know some of you have long drives. Enjoy St. Louis tonight. There's a lot to do after dinner. So enjoy your last night in St. Louis and have a good time. It's been a pleasure to be part of this.